Well, hello, everyone. I wonder whether you can see me. Stefan, would you unmute and let me know whether you can hear me?
Yes, Joe, we can hear you clearly and we can see you also.
Okay. And what do you see in terms of the slides? I'm sharing a slide. Can you see the big slide that says a crash course in the psychology of well-being and quality of life?
Yes, I can.
Yes, sir.
Great, great. Okay, I guess we could get started. Nice to see you all, although it's kind of strange doing it on Zoom, but it should suffice. I'm Joe Sirgy, and I'll essentially be the instructor of the crash course in the psychology of well-being. And I'm a professor emeritus, meaning I'm retired from Virginia Tech. This is in the United States. And also I'm affiliated with Northwest University in South Africa. Let me say something about the workshop logistics. To try and minimize the fatigue, we're going to be talking about a lot of things. So in order to minimize the fatigue, the mental fatigue, I guess, what we'll do is at the end of the hour, close to the end of the hour, possibly around 10 minutes before the end of the hour, we'll take a break, okay? So, and then we'll reconvene after that. So we'll have essentially 4 hours to do this. So again, taking a break should minimize the mental fatigue and would get you to stretch your legs and that kind of thing. In terms of, if you have any questions, we're not going to have any time towards the end because we have so much to cover. So I would suggest that if you have any questions throughout, as we move along, you know, the concepts and the models associated with well-being, if you have any questions, go ahead and maybe type them in the chat room, and I'll pick them up as we go along. I see. Yeah. Or what you can do is just raise your hand, just wave or something. You know, I have most of you, well, I guess it may not be because I got 33 participants. So I may not be able to see you wave your hand or anything like that. So the chat session would probably be best in this case. So, you know, type your question or observation or comment or whatever you had in the chat room, and I should be able to pick it up while we move along throughout. I'm going to be sharing those slides. So again, we have plenty of slides. So one possibility, if you don't want to take notes at the very end of the session or the next few days, send me an email. And the email is essentially my last name, S-I-R-G-Y, Sirgy, at VT. VT stands for Virginia Tech.edu. And I will send you the slides so you don't have to take notes if you don't want to take notes, but I'm sure, you know, some of you may want to do that. The workshop will also be recorded, so you may be also have the benefit of the recording once the workshop is up and running. Okay, well, let me tell you exactly what we're going to be doing this morning. The workshop is essentially based on a book that I have updated. I wrote the first book on the psychology of quality of life back in 2002, and then I updated in 2012, and I just recently updated. This is essentially the third edition, which is published by Springer, and this is the cover, as you can see. And it involves a thorough literature review of research in happiness. I'm going to use the word happiness interchangeably with other kinds of constructs like subjective well-being, like perceived quality of life, life satisfaction, domain satisfaction, positive emotions, psychological well-being, and eudaimonia. So these are concepts that we'll be talking about, but I'm going to use the word happiness to kind of capture the essence of all of these concepts or constructs, as we call them in psychology. And the reason being is because the whole field of study associated with well-being and all of these constructs that we just talked about tend to be encompassed by a big umbrella of philosophy. So philosophers have sort of chipped in and talked about happiness. And when they talk about happiness, they talk about all of these psychological constructs, you know, and again, subjective well-being, perceived quality of life, life satisfaction, positive emotions, and the like, and eudaimonia. What we're going to be talking about throughout would be, again, philosophical foundations, definitions and measures, consequences of happiness, objective reality and its effects on happiness, subjective reality and its effects on happiness, life domains and their effects on happiness, and population segments and happiness. Just a second. I'm not getting the other one. Okay, well, that's fine. So we'll start out by talking about three philosophical views of happiness. And these can be categorized in terms of three main camps. One is called psychological happiness, which is in essence translated psychologically as hedonic well-being. The other camp or the other group is prudential happiness. We'll talk about that and what it means. And it is translated psychologically as in life satisfaction. And then the third one is perfectionist happiness. And again, that is translated psychologically as psychological well-being, or what we call eudaimonia. So we'll be talking about this. We're talking about the essence of those constructs and how they are measured psychologically speaking. And then we'll be talking about consequences of happiness. You know, for people who are happy or experiencing a high level of subjective well-being or eudaimonia, or perceived quality of life, or positive emotions and so forth, you know, tend to experience, you know, positive effects in terms of their health life, in terms of their work life, social life, moral life, cultural life, and how happiness sort of begets happiness in terms of generating future happiness. We'll talk about the antecedents or the determinants of happiness in terms of the objective reality in the environment. And we're going to break things down in terms of technological, economic, and political and sociocultural factors. We'll talk about a little bit of resources, especially in terms of money or income. And we'll talk about demographics, the effects of demographics on happiness, and activities, personal and consumption activities. And then we'll finish it off, or at least finish off this section, by talking of biology, drugs, life events, and the environment. So these are objective aspects that, and again, contribute to our feelings of happiness. Then we will switch gears and talk about subjective reality and its effect on happiness. And in that context, we'll talk about personality effects. We'll talk about effects of affect and cognition, effects of beliefs and values, needs and need satisfaction, effects of goals and self-concept, as well as the what you call social comparison dynamic. After we're done with talking about all of this, we will switch gears and again talk about happiness in the context of specific life domains. So we, in that context, we talk about work well-being, residential well-being, material well-being, social, family, and marital well-being, health well-being, leisure well-being, environmental well-being, educational well-being. And then, last but not least, we'll focus on, again, the psychology of quality of life and well-being in the context of very specific populations. In that context, we'll talk about, again, the psychology of well-being in the context of children and youth. We'll focus on the elderly. Again, we'll talk about quality of life of women, what happiness means to them, and the disabled. Again, these are just selected topics from the book. The book, as you can see, is pretty thick. So it covers a whole lot more topics, but what the workshop is designed to do is just to give you an overview and sort of a basic understanding of the enormous research that has been done on this topic. Hopefully, you know, this workshop will get you excited enough that you will forge a research program in the context of the psychology of well-being in your own discipline, I guess. Okay, well, having said that, let's start out with the first section. And the first section is we'll talk about the philosophical foundations, definitions, and measures. So we'll talk about those in the same way that philosophers and psychologists talk about them, and that is psychological happiness, which again translated psychologically as hedonic well-being, prudential happiness, life satisfaction, perfectionist happiness, again translated into psychological well-being and eudaimonia. So let's start out with, again, the first one, which is psychological happiness. Psychological happiness, as I mentioned, translates into hedonic well-being. What does that mean? Well, before I get into the metrics, if you think in terms of happiness as pure emotions, feelings, sometimes we talk about them, again, in terms of positive and negative emotions. That's hedonic well-being. So again, we're talking about emotions, raw emotions. So we're talking about positive emotion, we're talking about feelings of joy, feelings of happiness, feeling of elation, feelings of delight, feelings of serenity and contentment. But on the other hand, when you're talking about negative emotions, or sometimes we talk about negative affect. Again, we're talking about anger, we're talking about sadness, we're talking about depression, jealousy, and all the negative emotions you can think of, again, is captured by what we call negative affect. And therefore, hedonic well-being, again, is nothing more than capturing those positive emotions and negative emotions. So the positive emotions vis-a-vis negative emotions. So the idea is that a person is happy if that person has a preponderance, meaning a lot more of positive emotions than negative emotions. If you're a human being, there's no way that you're not going to experience any kind of negative emotions. But happiness is essentially a ratio of positive emotions relative to negative emotions. And the idea of this is that happy people tend to experience a lot more positive emotions than negative emotions. As a matter of fact, there is a formula, and it's essentially 5 to 1. People who are happy tend to experience more positive emotions in the ratio of 5 to 1 to negative emotions. So in order to really get an understanding of this business of what we call psychological happiness or hedonic well-being, let's look at typical measures, as a matter of fact, popular measures that capture this idea of hedonic well-being. And the very popular measure can be captured through this particular reference by Diener. Ed Diener, let me say something about him, is in essence the father or the dean or the guru of the discipline of subjective well-being, at least psychologically speaking, in the psychology discipline. And recently he passed away. Again, a major loss for the whole quality of life, subjective well-being discipline. Well, I wouldn't say call it discipline, field of study. Hopefully, eventually it will turn into a discipline, just in the same way that neuroscience, for example, became a discipline, which was a sort of an amalgam of many other disciplines. So hopefully in the future, we'll see the field of well-being turning into a discipline like neuroscience. Anyway, so going back to, again, an example metric of hedonic well-being, this is, again, a very typical way of capturing hedonic well-being in terms of positive versus negative emotions. Please think about what you have been doing and experiencing during the last 4 weeks. Report how much you experience each of the following feelings using the scale below. For each item, select a number from 1 to 5 and indicate that number on your response sheet. So again, the response scale is, how frequently do you experience this positive or negative emotions? And the positive and negative emotions are this: positive, negative, good, bad, pleasant, unpleasant, happy, sad, afraid, joyful, angry, contented. And as I mentioned, so it's a ratio. So how we capture it, again, measurement-wise, we take those positive feelings, and those positive feelings, as you can see from those 6 items, you got positive, good, pleasant, happy, joyful, and contented. These are the positive emotions, right? And so we add them up, and then we take the negative feelings. You add up the scores varying from 1 to 5 along the other 6 items, which would be negative, bad, unpleasant, sad, afraid, and angry. And then you end up with an affect balance, which is essentially a summative. So what you do is you add them up with, of course, the negative feelings being negative. So you'll end up with some sort of an overall score. that reflect the extent to which a person has more positive than negative feelings. So that gives you sort of an idea of how we typically measure hedonic well-being. Another measure, again, that seems to be popular is based on this citation. Again, the idea is that you have ecological momentary assessment and the day and the day reconstruction. So how is that captured? Participants are given a sampling diary and are instructed to rate their current feelings on a series of affect adjectives like happy, tired, stressed, frustrated, and angry on a 5-point scale. At 6 points, at the office, at bedtime, 30 minutes after waking the next morning, noon, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So the idea is that you monitor your positive or negative feelings throughout the day. And in doing so, you capture, again, the extent to which you experience hedonic well-being. This is another one, which is a day reconstruction method. A diary is completed online at the end of each 24 hours period. Participants are asked to recall the monitoring period as a continuous series of episodes, similar to episodes of a television show. Each episode is defined in terms of time of onset and duration, location, social situation, and activity. After the complete 24 hours are reconstructed, participants rate their feelings related to each episode on a series of affective states: happy, tired, worry, feeling hassled, angry, and frustrated on a 7-point scale. So that sort of gives you, again, another way of measuring hedonic well-being. Well, let's now shift gears and talk about prudential happiness. Prudential happiness, a psychologist captured in terms of this construct we call life satisfaction. What is life satisfaction? Well, the best way to explain this construct is to give you an idea of a common or a typical measure of how psychologists capture it. And that one is very famous, very, very popular, again, because it has been developed by Ed Diener, who is the guru of subjective well-being. And this is the citation, this satisfaction with life scale. And it is published in the Journal of Personality Assessment. And it contains essentially 5 items. And they're very simple to respond to. So again, a participant or a survey respondent would be asked those questions. In most ways, my life is close to ideal. So the person is asked to, whether they agree or disagree with these statements. In most ways, my life is close to ideal. The conditions of my life are excellent. I'm satisfied with my life. So far, I've gotten the important things I want in life. If I could live my life over, I would change almost nothing. So if a person endorses these statements, then it's very likely that they feel satisfied with their life in general, in total. There's another measure of a life satisfaction that has been, again, that has gained so much acceptance in the psychology of well-being research literature, which is called the Personal Well-Being Index. This is one particular citation which would help you know a little bit more about it. And it breaks things down in terms of life satisfaction overall. And the question there, the survey question would be, thinking about your own life and personal circumstances, how satisfied are you with your life as a whole? So the person answer it on an 11-point response scale, extremely dissatisfied, all the way to 10 as extremely satisfied. So that captures life satisfaction as a whole. But then, a lot of psychology or well-being researchers that have focused on capturing life satisfaction using what we call domain satisfaction. So the idea is that if you feel satisfied with your life at large, it's very likely that it comes from satisfaction with important life domains. And those domains would be, how satisfied are you with your standard of living, with your health, with what you're achieving in life, with your personal relationships, with how safe you feel, feelings part of your community, and future security, and your religion or spirituality. So the idea then is you can capture life satisfaction by capturing domain satisfaction, and you add up, you essentially sum those scores, and the summative score of those domain satisfaction, again, would give you a metric, a measure of life satisfaction. I have 7 questions, I noticed. So from Daniela, she's asking, how important is the length of the scale? For example, the OECD for life satisfaction 0 to 10. Frankly, I don't think it really matters much in terms of length of the scale, although for those people who are so much into methodology, they may take issue with that in terms of whether it's a 5-point scale or a 7-point scale or a 10-point scale. How granular that scale is, I guess if we're dealing with psychological phenomena, and psychological phenomena are not like physical phenomena in which the scale can be so granular. So the idea of having let's say maybe a 10-point scale versus a 5-point scale, and making distinctions between a 5 or a 6 or a 5 or a 7 will make much of a difference. I don't think so. This is psychology we're talking about. We're not talking about physics. So that's my feeling about that. Then we have another question. A Likert scale is only positive or negative. What he showed gave room for both sides of the spectrum. Exactly. Yes, both sides of the spectrum. So again, both sides of the spectrum, meaning you can capture life satisfaction or life dissatisfaction. So on the other side of the spectrum, or the other polar extreme, would be dissatisfaction. Job satisfaction domain is missing. No, well, it's not necessarily. Job satisfaction is capturing with achievements, life achievements, and that usually is captured through one's career, one's job. So that is captured in that context. Income is also captured in the context of achievement in life. It might be just a handful of example domains. Well, no, according to Bob Cummings or Robert Cummings from Deakin University, he's the person behind that measure. He conducted what you might call a factor analysis of all the domains and was able to configure those domains in terms of those specific domains that ended up in that measure. So he feels very comfortable with the fact that those domains tend to be exhaustive in capturing the essence of most important domains. And then we have to the kind attention of the host. I'm not sure exactly what that means. In statistics, there is the basis towards the mean. So the Likert scale has to be 6 8, 10 in order to avoid this bias. Again, you sound like a methodologist, and I would I will take that comment at face value. Kindly allow me to record this workshop. Oh, absolutely. The workshop is being recorded. And if you have the means to record it on your own, just do so. But it is being recorded. Okay, so we've taken care of those questions. Now we jump back into what we call perfectionist happiness. And that is eudaimonia, or psychological well-being. That's how it is psychologically translated. The word eudaimonia it comes actually from philosophy. Aristotle, the philosopher, is the one who is attributed to, to this concept. And eudaimonia is not just about happiness. It is about being a good person. It is about a person that is psychologically mature. What does that mean, psychologically mature? That person is socially developed, is psychologically developed, is emotionally developed, is culturally developed, is morally developed. That's what a good person is. And Aristotle, in his many writings, ancient writings, talked about a good person in that context, and he made reference to the term eudaimonia. So again, psychologists have in essence captured this, and use the word eudaimonia from the Greeks, as because Aristotle was Greek. But again, there is another term that psychologists have been using, which is called psychological well-being. And the best way to capture psychological well-being is to look at a specific metric that has been become very popular in the quality of life well-being literature, and that is by Carol Reif. And this was published, this particular piece of research on psychological well-being and the metric has been published back in 1989 in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, and has gained so much popularity over the years. So how do we capture psychological well-being, or what we call eudaimonia? According to Carol Reif, you can capture it by capturing five different dimensions. And these are autonomy, positive relations with others, environmental mastery, personal growth, and purpose in life. But let's take a closer look at each one of those dimensions and how they are measured. So let's look at autonomy. What is autonomy? If a person feels autonomous, that means that person is dictating his or her own destiny, so to speak, right? That's feeling autonomous. And autonomy, again, contributes to psychological well-being, or happiness in the eudaimonic sense. So these are specific items that if you look at them, you'd have a sort of a better understanding of what this concept of psychological well-being is. Autonomy. I'm not afraid to voice my opinions even when they are in opposition to the opinions of most people. My decisions are not usually influenced by what everyone else is doing. I have confidence in my opinions, even if they are contrary to the general consensus. Being happy with myself is more important than having others approve of me. And then there are other items that are reverse coded, meaning that, they're the other extreme. So let's move on to talking about the next dimension, which is positive relations with others. Most people see me as loving and affectionate. I enjoy personal and mutual conversations with family members and friends or friends. People would describe me as a giving person, willing to share my time with others. I know that I can trust my friends, and they know that they can trust me. You get the picture? Environmental mastery, how a person feels in control of his or her surroundings. I am quite good at managing the many responsibilities of my daily life. I generally do a good job of taking care of my personal finances and affairs. I'm good at juggling my time so that I can fit everything in that needs to be done. I thought I was misreading this. I have been able to build a home and a lifestyle for myself that is to my liking. And then the rest of them are reverse coded. Personal growth. I think it is important to have new experiences that challenge how you think about the world. I have the sense that I have developed a lot as a person over time. I am not interested in activities that expand my horizons. You notice that this one is reverse coded. So a person who's endorsed that is low in personal growth. And the rest of them are also reverse coded. So you can get that picture. So that's personal growth. Purpose in life. I am an active person in carrying out the plans I set for myself. So that person has purpose or a sense of life purpose. I enjoy making plans for the future and working to make them a reality. I tend to focus on the present because the future nearly always brings me problems. Again, that's reverse coded. Person endorsing that item, again, would score low on purpose in life. And the rest of them are reverse coded. So you get the picture. Another, again, measure that has become very popular is by, again, our guru, Ed Diener, and his many students and co-authors. And this is published in Social Indicators Research. That is one of the sort of the flagship journals of the field of this field of study. And it's called the Flourishing Scale. And again, it uses a Likert, the 7-point Likert scale. And the statements are, I lead a purposeful and meaningful life. My social relationships are supportive and rewarding. I'm engaged and interested in my daily activities. I actively contribute to the happiness and well-being of others. I am competent and capable in the activities that are important to me. I'm a good person and live a good life. I'm optimistic about my future. People treat me with respect. Again, flourishing scale, and it captures what we call flourishing, or again, another word for eudaimonia or psychological well-being. I see 3 questions. It might be just a handful of example domains. Well, not example domain. Again, these are important domains that are based on, again, a factor analysis of all the domains possible. There are so many domains that would Robert Cummings put together in his initial research. So they're more than example domains. Am I reading the same one? Yes. Can you receive the presentation It is very rich in information, blah, blah, blah. Yes, absolutely. So all you need to do is send me an email after we're done, and I will send you the whole set of slides. So no problem there at all. May I ask whether psychological happiness and psychological well-being are two different and parallel philosophical? No, philosophers use the word psychological happiness in terms of hedonic well-being. So no, they are philosophers and psychologists use a sort of a different terminology when it comes to these two concepts. About positive and negative emotions, where we can allocate stress. Stress is nothing more than negative emotions. So stress, as we will talk about the physiology of well-being, is captured through the negative emotions: anger, sadness, depression, jealousy. All of those negative emotions, or what we call affect, are reflective of a stress response. Is eudaimonic happiness a much broader than hedonic happiness? Is eudaimonic happiness achievable? Well, absolutely. Otherwise, why bother? We as psychologists, we try to develop those constructs in such a way to help people achieve that mental state. Absolutely. Okay, so we addressed those questions, right? Any more questions? Okay, so we finished talking about the flourishing scale. And so that sort of gives you an idea. That sort of gives you an idea of, again, these three different philosophical viewpoints of happiness, and ultimately how they're translated by psychologists and the metrics they use to capture happiness in terms of hedonic well-being, in terms of life satisfaction, in terms of eudaimonia or psychological well-being. And again, don't confuse psychological happiness with the way philosophers use it, as in psychological well-being in the way that psychologists use it. So again, this is a good observation. I'm glad that you mentioned it. So this is sort of the caveat to the rest of you. This is a good breaking point. We can break and come back, and we'll start talking about the consequences of happiness, and we'll talk about the consequences of happiness. Oh, no, there is another slide that I want to take you through, and we'll talk about that. But let's take a little break and then come back and talk about how you can visualize or conceive of all of these different constructs of well-being in terms of a hierarchy. So let's talk a little bit more about that as soon as we come back from the break. So let's take maybe a 10-15 minutes break and come back a little bit more refreshed. Okay, we'll see you in 10-15 minutes. Okay. Can we reconvene? So before we discuss the consequences or the impact of happiness on what we do in life and why it's so important, let's try and understand the sort of the interrelationships among those different well-being concepts. So I've done a lot of thinking about that, and I published an article which is called Positive Balance, a hierarchical perspective on positive mental health, and that was published in Quality of Life Research in 2019. And then I followed up with a whole book that, again, speaks on that topic, which is called Positive Balance, the Theory of Wellbeing and Positive Mental Health. That was published last year by Springer. So let me say something about that, because this particular conceptualization, hierarchical conceptualization, again, can help you better understand the relationship between and among those different concepts. So in order to better understand, again, the concept of well-being and making the distinction between well-being and ill-being, we can break things down in terms of a hierarchy of concepts from the very micro to the very macro. What do we mean by that? So as you can see from this chart, you've got the different hierarchical levels would be physiological level. So you can talk about well-being at the physiological level, right? Which is different from, when you talk about it in the context of the emotional level, that's a little bit more somewhat removed from the physiology of well-being. At the cognitive level, at the metacognitive level, at the developmental level, and the social ecological level. So as you move down, what you're doing is you're moving up the macro scale. So let's try and understand this concept of well-being at the physiological level. At the physiological level, as you can see from this chart, a state of preponderance of positive neurochemicals, right? Now, what are these neurochemicals? These are essentially positive neurochemicals. These are related to, again, the kinds of things that related to the reward center in the brain. And these neurochemicals are, in essence, well, the core neurochemicals in the brain are dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin. These are the three main ones. There are others, like endorphins. Endorphins, for example, would be another one. But again, dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin. So if well-being at the physiological level is captured by what you might call a preponderance, a lot more of the positive neurochemicals compared to the negative neurochemicals. Now, in order to talk about the negative neurochemicals, you have to go to the ill-being column. And as you see, ill-being is a state of preponderance of negative neurochemicals, such as cortisol, the stress hormone. It is secreted through adrenaline, and cortisol is essentially the result of that secretion. It's a stress hormone. So ill-being is too much cortisol in your system. And at chronic levels, meaning over time, that's ill-being conceived at the physiological level. Now, at the emotional level, we talk about Again, hedonic well-being, just in the same way we just, finished talking about it. A state of preponderance of positive affect, meaning happiness, joy, contentment, delight, that kind of thing. Compared to, again, ill-being, which is a state of preponderance of negative affect, anger, sadness, fear, jealousy, on and on, right? So the idea is that you have a lot more positive emotions than negative emotions. That is the essence of hedonic well-being. At the cognitive level, this is where, again, we talk about domain satisfaction, how you're satisfied with your work life, with your family life, with your social life, with your leisure life, and so forth. So a state of preponderance of satisfaction judgments in various life domains, satisfaction in domains such as social life, family life, and so forth, right? So we talk about that as domain satisfaction. And we already talked about that, right? In the context of the personal well-being scale that has gained so much popularity in the psychology of well-being literature. The ill-being at that level, at the cognitive level, is a state of preponderance of dissatisfaction judgments in various life domains. Oh, so we have a question from Professor Basieso. My deep thanks for blah, blah, blah. Could you elaborate on how religion could contribute to maximize positive affects? Okay, we'll be talking about religion in a number of other contexts. So again, why don't you just wait until we get a chance to talk about that a little bit, because actually there is quite a bit of coverage of religion and spirituality. So hopefully we'll be able to get to that topic soon. So at the metacognitive level, we've got a state of preponderance of judgments of life satisfaction. So the whole concept of life satisfaction that, is captured at the metacognitive level, metacognitive. And these judgments tend to be made in reference or in relation to some sort of a standard of comparison. So when you make judgments about your life, you always have some sort of a comparative standard in mind, some sort of reference point. You compare your current life in relation to your past life. You compare, you make a judgment about how satisfied you are now in relation to other members in your family, and so forth. That's the essence of the concept of life satisfaction. It is a psychological concept captured at the metacognitive level. And of course, the ill-being is captured when people express a lot more dissatisfaction with their lives based on some sort of a reference or standard. Now, at the developmental level, this is where we get into eudaimonia, or what we call psychological well-being. So it's a state of preponderance of positive psychological traits, not emotions, traits like personal growth, environmental mastery, resilience. These are psychological traits. And of course, the converse of this would be the state of preponderance of negative psychological traits like pessimism, hopelessness. Again, these are psychological traits that, again, is the opposite of well-being, in essence, capturing what we call ill-being. And then we have, at the most macro level is what we call social ecological level. It's a state involving a preponderance of perceived social resources, such as social acceptance and social actualization. And then the converse of this, the Wellbeing part of it, is the state involving a preponderance of perceived social constraints, social exclusion, ostracism, and so forth. So now what we're doing is we're bringing the social environment and talking about well-being in the context of social well-being. So psychologists say, wait a minute, let's take this eudaimonia concept and not talk about it strictly in terms of personal growth and development, but talk about it in a societal context, and talk about how a good person makes a contribution to society. Social acceptance and social actualizations are concepts related to how the person contributes to humanity. And the converse is in terms of the ill-being, as you see in this. So this is how I was able to put together those concepts of well-being and make distinctions among these different hierarchical levels to enhance our understanding of the well-being concept. Now, in the book, I went, beyond making those distinctions to try and give the reader an understanding of how well-being at the physiological level feeds into well-being at the emotional level, feeds into well-being at the cognitive level, feeds into the well-being at the metacognitive level, and so forth, all the way up to the social ecological level. Meaning we're looking at a concept of emergence. If you understand system science, a concept of emergence of how entities, whether they are biological or social or societal, tend to emerge in an emergent fashion. So we talk about how this concept of system emergence come from those different hierarchical levels and how they feed on each other. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, then you may want to look at the book. Okay, let's see if you have any questions. We got 2 questions. One from Elsa. Is social inclusion the symmetrical of social acceptance? No, it's a very different concept. Social inclusion is the well, I guess, yeah, there is a little bit of symmetry. On second thought, there is so the extent to which you feel that you are part of the group or you're excluded from being accepted in the group. Yeah. So if from that perspective, yeah, there is symmetry. Okay. So let's talk about consequences. Happiness as a psychological concept, as a philosophical concept, is so important. And psychologists were able to demonstrate the importance of that concept by linking it to a whole bunch of different outcomes. So if we understand the research related to the consequences of happiness, we'd be able to make a case of why the study of well-being is so important in every discipline, in every sense. Let's get into understanding this a little bit more closely. So there is quite a bit of research that have shown that happiness influence health life, work life, social life, moral life, cultural life, and future happiness. Well, let's try and be a little bit more specific. Let's focus on health life. When it comes to health, again, this is Diener. There is a quotation in Diener based on a comprehensive literature review. That was somewhat dated, but nevertheless, it still holds. And let me read you that quotation. And that quotation really captures the essence of all those studies that have looked into the consequences of happiness on health. 7 types of evidence are reviewed that indicate subjective well-being, such as life satisfaction, absence of negative emotions, optimism, and positive emotions, causes better health and longevity. For example, prospective longitudinal studies of normal populations provide evidence that various types of subjective well-being, such as positive affect, predicts health and longevity, controlling for the health and the socioeconomic status at baseline. Combined with experimental human and animal research, as well as naturalistic studies of changes of subjective well-being and physiological processes over time, the case that subjective well-being influences health and longevity in healthy population is compelling, let me emphasize this. However, the claim that subjective well-being lengthens the lives of those with certain disease, such as cancer, remains controversial. Positive feelings predict longevity and health beyond negative feelings. However, intensely aroused or manic positive affect may be detrimental to health. So what have we learned from the research based on that quotation? Is yes, there is a strong link between happiness and health. But, this has to be qualified. Here we're talking about a healthy, normal population. When we're talking about disease population, as people who have cancer, and making a claim that happiness treats cancer, that's not true. There's no evidence that suggests that. Again, whatever we see, it's possibly in relation to a disease population, may be attributed to what we call a placebo effect. And last but not least, this idea is too much happiness is not necessarily a good thing. So again, a moderate to high levels of happiness, but not extreme happiness. And the reason being is because, for those who are into mental health, you know what a borderline personality is. Not a borderline personality. We're talking about manic depressive, bipolar personality, bipolar syndrome. So those people who are, fluctuate between extreme happiness versus extreme sadness, that is a condition that is, of course, not healthy, and it creates all kinds of problems. So to say that a person is extremely happy, that person may be manic and not necessarily happy in the way psychologists and well-being talk about happiness. So you need to keep that in mind. Okay, let's talk about how happiness affects work. So there's quite a bit of research that suggests that positive effects of happiness on employee productivity, job performance, higher pay, high supervisors ratings. So there is quite a bit of evidence that suggests that, again, happiness makes people more productive at work. Professional achievement, long-term financial achievement, those people are happy, tend to achieve higher goals in terms of life goals professional goals, and that they do better financially. Happy people tend to be more creative in their thinking and problem solving. Happy people tend to exhibit what we call organizational citizenship. Means they feel loyal, they help other people at work, they're committed to their employer, they're committed to helping their fellow workers, on and on. That's organizational citizenship. Happy people tend to be much more cooperative, and they tend to cause less conflict on group project. Happy people tend to be present and not absent and tardy when it comes to work. Turnover and accident rates, again, happy people tend to not be involved in the statistics of turnover and accident rates as much as unhappy people. So again, there's quite a bit of evidence to suggest that when it comes to work, there are really good effects. The impact is positive, and employers in business and government and nonprofit should really pay attention to that kind of research, because, you know, if we understand that happiness generates those positive work outcomes, then we should try our best to make our employees happy because of those outcomes. Of course, that is not to say that we need to do this because it's the right thing to do, morally speaking. Consequences of happy and social. So we're talking about social life. Well, there's quite a bit of evidence to suggest that happy people tend to be more, tend to actively participate in social activities, and they're much more involved in the community. Again, the social outcomes are readily evident. Consequences of happiness in terms of moral life or morality. Again, happy people tend to be much more cooperative, and they tend to engage in much more ethical decision-making. Happy people tend to help, and they tend to volunteer much more than unhappy people. And there's quite a bit of evidence to suggest that. When it comes to culture, happy people tend to have a high level of what we call generalized trust in others. They tend to have a high level of trust in institutions that make society work. They tend to have democratic attitudes rather than what we might call authoritarian attitudes. So again, that's something for a political economy that we need to pay much attention to, because it serves society at large to have happy people, because it generates those cultural outcomes. And last but not least is happiness begets happiness. Happiness, it's like, you know, it's like money, an investment. They say that if you have money, you can make money. If you don't have money, you're doomed to be poor. Money helps you make money. Well, the same thing with happiness. Happiness begets happiness. It helps you become a happier person. So if you have a good foundation of happiness, if you have an investment, so to speak, in happiness, it's very likely that that investment will pay off in future happiness. And there's quite a bit of evidence to suggest that. So Barbara Fredrickson is a psychologist, professor at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And she has done quite a bit of research on happiness, especially positive emotions. And she has a theory that says, that actually is, the name of that theory is broaden and build theory of happiness or positive emotions. And the theory is grounded in evolutionary psychology. And the idea is that, let me read you that one paragraph because it really captures the essence of the argument that happiness serves humanity in the best way possible. And we should embrace the concept of psychological well-being or other forms of happiness. Because from an evolutionary perspective, it serves humanity in the best way possible. Based on our understanding of evolutionary psychology, there is credible evidence to suggest that much of personal and social development is due to positive emotions. Positive emotions allow people to open up and explore. Positive emotions heighten creativity. Positive emotions motivate people to work, help one another, and establish communities. Conversely, negative emotions are related to stress, chronic stress. Chronic stress makes people contract in their own shells. They become defensive, neurotic, narcissistic, antisocial, and on and on. So from an evolutionary psychology point of view, happiness is consequential. Consequential for the individual, for communities, for nations, for the international community, for humanity at large. And therefore, we should do everything possible to propagate and amplify people's happiness. Okay, shifting gears to talk about objective reality and its effect on happiness. So now, again, what we're doing is we're shifting gears. Instead of talking about consequences, we're talking about determinants of happiness, right? Antecedents, predictors. And in that context, we'll focus on, the impact of technology, economy, politics, socioculture, resources, especially in terms of income and wealth, demographics, and personal activities, as well as we'll talk about the biology, drugs, life events, and the environment. So let's talk about these things that make a difference in people's happiness. I noticed that we have 3 additional questions. So from Adelina, how can we show causality from happiness to health and not the other way around? We know that people that are ill are less happy. How can we decide on the direction of causality? A very good question. So when for example, Ed Diener, in his literature review on the effects of health, on the effect of happiness on health, is making a causal statement, a causal claim that happiness leads, happiness contributes to health, right? How can this be demonstrated? This is demonstrated through experimental studies and what we call longitudinal studies. So when you have longitudinal studies, you can actually trace the impact of one event on another. So causal claims can be made using longitudinal studies. Yeah, also can be made, of course, like all natural scientists, through experiments. Now, of course, sometimes it's very difficult to do this in medicine, but clinical trials is is demonstrably, or they are demonstrably effective in improving causality. And of course, there's structural equations modeling using cross-sectional studies, but these are dubious. So, a lot of scientists say, well, you can only make a causal statement if you have strong theoretical backing supporting that claim in a structural analysis type of study. So that's how we can make those claims. Well, you mentioned clinical trials. Right, again, so, for those people who are interested in health, there's within the well-being community, we have a sister organization, which is called the International Society for Quality of Life Research. Our society is called the International Society of Quality of Life Studies. They tend to focus on health and only health. And they have a flagship journal, which is called Quality of Life Research. And if you look into the research on the research published in this journal and attend their conference, much of their research is relegated to demonstrating the effect of happiness on a whole bunch of disease outcomes. So that has been demonstrated. And if you get into that literature in a big way, you'll run into all kinds of studies that have demonstrated the positive effect rather than the amelioration of negative effects, as you're mentioning. Okay, Adelina, I hope that answers your question. Okay, well, let's talk about technology, media technology, especially nowadays with social media. There was a lot of research, actually recent research, that have focused on says all these kids out there, all the teenagers and children, they spend so much time playing games on the internet. Is that a good thing? And people now spend so much time on social media. Is that a good thing? So again, quite a bit of research has been done on this. And this particular framework or model tries to capture much of the research on that. It's the effect of media technology on well-being through the mediating factors of what they call complementary processes and interference processes. So the research has shown that, let's say when we have kids playing games on the internet, is that a good thing? Well, yes, it's a good thing if you look at the complementary processes and the way that those games provide opportunity for the children as well as the teenagers to experience positive emotions. They really get into it and they get so excited and they experience positive emotions playing those games. So from that vantage point, yes, it leads to well-being, but wait a minute, that's not the whole story. So, and it satisfies basic psychological needs. Just let's say, for example, a mother who is on social media, maybe using text messages, keeps track of the whereabouts of her children. Well, that piece of technology is satisfying a very strong basic psychological need that, it would be a maternal need for the mother to look after her kids, right? Yes, so media technology, yes, it serves to enhance well-being. It aids in efficient problem solving. And it supports goal pursuit, yes. All of these things are important. For example, Google stuff. Every time you want an answer to a question, you Google stuff. Well, that helps you with the problem solving. Of course, it helps you achieve whatever goal that you're trying to achieve. Yes. So these are what we call complementary processes. So media technology feeds into complementary processes, ultimately contributing positively to well-being. But then again, this is only one side of the story. The other side of the story is that it contributes to also interference from other important things in life. What are those interference? So again, those researchers have coined what we call attention costs. Attention costs, that means, taxing concurrent attentional resources. What does that mean? That means that if you have a child who spends so much time and energy playing games on the internet, and then that takes away from attention to other important things like homework, right? Doing one's homework, school homework, that takes away from the attention that is needed, the attentional capacity that is needed to do one's work. So that's, and then they talk about substitution, meaning that the use of media technology becomes almost like a lifestyle to the point where it substitutes social interaction, authentic social interaction. So instead of going and visiting one's friends and interacting face to face, because again, that really satisfies one's social needs, you do it through, again, media technology. It's a substitute, and that substitute is not good enough. It is not as satisfying as you get together with other people and therefore you satisfy your social needs in that fashion. Now, of course, the research also points to a whole bunch of moderating. Well, it depends on, for example, if you're using Facebook, how involved are you with Facebook? So the degree of involvement is something that is what you call a moderating factor for those people who would put things up on Facebook compared to those people who only browse. Again, that captures the level of involvement. So the level of involvement actually matters a great deal in terms of contributing or detracting from well-being. Okay, besides technology, let's talk about so we have from Adelina, is the overall effect of media technology positive or negative? It depends. It depends on those complementary and interference processes and how they come about, how they work themselves and resolve to affect well-being in a way that would enhance well-being or detract from well-being. It depends on those complementary and interference processes and how they unfold, right? Okay, I hope I answered that. So now let's look at let's look at the economic impact of a whole bunch of things like economic fluctuations, market openness, income inequality, unemployment, inflation, welfare, labor unions. These are what you call economic factors, and they are macro at the societal level. What is the research telling us in terms of the impact of those macroeconomic factors on well-being? Well, there is evidence to suggest that economic fluctuations contribute to happiness. Economic booms, for example, when you have an economic boom, employment is high, people are making enough money, people are consuming satisfactorily, that contributes to well-being. Yes, there is evidence suggests. And also, conversely, if you have an economic bust, so again, you have a dip in the economy, high level of unemployment, high level of, for example, lack of consumption, a dip in consumer confidence, all of that, there is evidence suggests that, these booms and busts contribute to well-being, so the boom contribute to well-being positively, and the bust, the economic bust, detracts from well-being negatively. Market openness. There is evidence suggests that countries with greater openness have happier people than countries with less openness. So again, if you're looking at communist countries, now again, we're going to exclude China because China is no longer communist, but it has a communist government, but that is not suggest that they have a communist system, right? Meaning, again, when you have the opposite of market closeness would be what countries? We have North Korea is an example of a country that has its markets closed, right? In one way, we can talk about Cuba still as being closed, in terms of its market. Venezuela, for example, has went from, well, there's all kinds of economic problems in Venezuela because of the lack of market openness, right? And there is evidence suggests that those countries, the people in those countries that lack market openness are not happy people. They're not as happy as those countries that have market openness. Income inequality. Now there is some evidence to suggest that countries that have high levels of inequality tend to have people that are not happy as much as, again, countries that have a lot less inequality. Like, for example, the Nordic countries are Scandinavian countries. There's quite a bit of evidence that when it comes to the Nordic or the Scandinavian countries, they're happier. And maybe this has something to do with income inequality, meaning that those countries have less income inequality than a whole bunch of other countries. Unemployment, again, the evidence linking unemployment with ill-being is very strong. Countries that have high levels of unemployment tend to have a lot of people, unhappy people. Unemployment contributes to unemployment detract from well-being. It contributes to ill-being. But then there's a lot of exceptions. You see this link much more pronounced in affluent countries, not in poor countries. We see this link more for for men than women. We see this link for middle-aged people compared to the young and the old. we see this link for the chronically unemployed, chronically, meaning that they've been unemployed for a long time, than those people who are just temporarily unemployed. So there are a lot of qualifications that we need to take that into account. How about inflation? Yes, there is also evidence suggests that higher levels of inflation tends to be associated with more people who are unhappy than happy. So happiness is linked to inflation, but the link is weak. It is not a strong link. And as you can guess why, I mean, inflation is very much a very macro phenomenon. And therefore there's so many mediators. So when you have so many mediators, then it dilutes the link between this and that. Welfare system. Welfare protects happiness because it creates a sense of financial security, especially among the poor. So for countries that don't have welfare and they have a large poor population, again, you see quite a bit of unhappiness. How about labor unions? Countries that have strong labor unions tend to, again, have higher levels of happiness. And the reason, again, why social psychologists and sociologists and economists have attributed to this financial security that comes, financial security and job satisfaction that comes from belonging to a labor union, workers belonging to a labor union. And again, we see that much more strongly than, in places like in Europe, like in France, they have strong labor unions, and those labor unions tend to protect workers' financial security and tend to contribute to job satisfaction, which ultimately feeds into well-being. So that's the research on the economic, on the objective, the reality in relation to the economic factors. Let's take another break and we'll come back and talk about political factors and how they impact happiness at the macro level. Okay? Again, 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes at the most. Okay, we'll see you in very shortly. Let's take a break. Okay, can we reconvene? Before we move on to talk about politics, there's a couple of things I'd like to address. I want to go back to Adlena's comment about causal claims, especially in the context of what we're talking about. This is how can you really establish causality in a situation like this when you're dealing with those macro concepts? So the effect of, for example, market openness. How can you make that causal claim? And researchers who have been working on the concept of well-being, of course, they cannot conduct experiments. There's no way you can do this with macro level concepts. Of course, you can do longitudinal studies, and some do, but in the absence of longitudinal data, and I also mentioned something like structural equations modeling, but again, this is not strong evidence. They do the kind of regression analysis or multiple regression in a way that rules out alternative explanations. There it is, rules out alternative explanations. So in their statistical analysis, they introduce a whole bunch of covariates that are likely to be interpreted as competing explanations. So once you introduce the covariates into the regression equations and you demonstrate that, again, after partialing out the variance related to those covariates, there's still an effect related to whatever, let's say, market openness on something like well-being, then voila, you'd be able to make the causal argument, the causal claim. So this is another way of social scientists working on well-being make those causal claims. I have another question from Muzo, who is saying, as indicated, welfare may protect happiness, but would this still hold in the long run? Or is there any threshold that is being discussed? I'm not sure exactly what threshold you're talking about, Muzo. Can you come on live and tell us more?
Sure. I was thinking in the short term, yeah, it may make people happy because they get some sort of support, financial support, whatever the type of support. But in the long run, that may affect their personality, self-esteem, because they are not as productive as maybe they would like to, whatever the reason they may have. So I would just playing with the idea. So would there be some threshold, let's say, how long should we keep, supporting this is welfare system, artificial, so that we maintain that happiness? I think in the end, it may kind of generate negative, maybe emotion. That's what I was heading with it. I don't know if that has much value, if that is being discussed in the literature. That's all.
An excellent observation, and it kind of reminds me back in the United States. We have, of course, the Democrats versus the Republicans, and the Democrats have very much supported the welfare system. The Republicans have not. And back, I don't know, you remember the Clinton administration, when Clinton came to office, his administration pushed for the almost like the dismantling of the welfare system to change it from welfare to workfare. If you remember, Muzo, workfare. So Clinton has emphasized that people who are on welfare, welfare turns into a lifestyle, and that doesn't really contribute to society. It doesn't contribute to their well-being. It does exactly the opposite, and that's exactly the Republican, what you might call the conservative position. So there is something to be said about that. But in terms of being able to demonstrate this definitively with data, with empirical data, I haven't seen that kind of data, that the kinds of studies that have demonstrated. It makes sense, right? It makes sense in the way you put it. But it would be kind of nice to see actual data, longitudinal studies that captured this, the ill-being effects of the welfare system.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just really good. Thank you, Joe. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment. Okay, so let's talk about political factors like democratic governance, economic and political freedoms, participatory democracy, good governance, and more. Let's focus on democratic governance. Now, there is some evidence suggests that people are happier in countries that are more democratic than autocratic. That democracy gives them a sense of freedom and control over their own lives, over their own destinies, right? So again, that's the sort of the explanation of the positive association between people living in countries that have democracies or democratic governance than autocratic governments. One explanation, and it makes sense. Economic and political freedoms, again, this is very much related to democratic governance. When it comes to economic freedom is correlated with happiness in more poor than rich countries. So if you look at poor countries, the correlation is evident, but it is less evident in rich countries because there's a confound, and the confound is that there's a whole lot more freedom in rich countries than poor countries. But when it comes to political freedom, on the other hand, political freedom is correlated with happiness in more rich than poor countries. So it's sort of the converse there. Kind of interesting, huh? How about participatory democracy? Every time I think of participatory democracy, I think of Switzerland. In Switzerland, they have truly a democratic system that is truly participatory, meaning that, and I spent some time, I used to take my students to study abroad programs and spend some time in Switzerland. And I was, very intrigued is the word, by the way that almost every issue, every social political issue, they allow citizens to, they allow what we call, what politicians call referendums. So you have public referendums on almost a whole bunch of issues. Of course, in most democratic governments, you have representatives in parliament or Congress, right, that make those decisions. But in Switzerland, you have what you call participatory democracy, meaning referendums galore. And yes, in a place like Switzerland, you got a lot more happy people than other countries. So there is evidence that suggests, right, that people in participatory democracies tend to be happier than those that do not have participatory democracies. Yeah, good governance. Good governance is also a very interesting phenomenon. What is good governance? Good governance, according to well-being researchers, you can actually break it down in terms of several dimensions. A country that has good governance is a country that provides quality public services. So government services, you name it, whatever the government, tons of them, right? Those services are provided at a high quality. I'm thinking in terms of most countries, my goodness, quality of public services tend to be so bad that every time you apply for something in order to get some sort of a government service, whether it is applying for a visa, for example, to go abroad, and getting that visa on time without having to jump through hoops is almost like pulling teeth in most countries. But certain countries, they are much more efficient in the way they execute those public services. Another element of good governance is the independence of civil service from politics, from political parties. So when you have a political party that dominates civil service, that's not good. You need to have technical bureaucrats that are experts, and they don't change as a function of which party's in power, right? So good governance is not a government that changes, in which the civil service changes at the whims of the concurrent political party, right? You don't want that. You want people who are experts in what they do, and they're there to stay. That gives a government quality and stability. Good governance also can be characterized as having high levels of regulatory quality. So in terms of regulations, for example, environmental pollution, how the government regulates environmental pollution, or food pollution, for example, or food toxicity, is something that you can characterize it as high or low, and that reflects good governance. Rule of law is another dimension of good governance. A country in which there are laws, and the laws are implemented and enforced in a way that tend to be fair, tend to be of high quality. Control of corruption is another dimension of good governance. All of these are characteristics of good governance, and study after study have shown that countries that practice good governance have happier people, period. Of course, again, the causal claim is that you rule out alternative explanations, with this kind of study. And yes, there's evidence that just that too. Finally, we have war. Well, I guess you don't have to have a wild imagination to think about the ravages of war, right? On well-being, my goodness. War does not only affect life satisfaction of those individuals who are directly affected by war, but also their descendants and the life satisfaction of their descendants, of their children and their grandchildren. the ravages of war, the nemesis, the ultimate nemesis of well-being. How about sociocultural factors and their impact on well-being? Now, countries that have high social quality. Now, what is social quality? Social quality is very much associated with happiness. So social quality is defined in terms of socioeconomic security, meaning that people have financial security and they have status security, security in their own position at work and in life. They feel social, they have a high level of social inclusion, meaning that they feel they are part of the group, part of the organization, part of their community, part of the country. I'm thinking, for example, in terms of how in the United States it's so divided by politics, and there is definitely politics of social inclusion and exclusion. Social cohesion, you feel again, not only included, but you feel like your identity is part of the group, and you feel empowered, social empowered. Social empowerment is a dimension of social quality. So in the context of any country, if you can capture social quality in terms of those dimensions, the evidence suggests that countries that have a high level of social quality tend to experience high level of happiness than those countries that have low social quality. How about social capital? Social capital is also positively correlated with happiness. So social capital in many studies, well-being studies, have been captured in terms of, trust in management, trust in family members at home, sense of belonging to the neighborhood or the community, and trust in various institutions that make the country work. Trust is the social fabric. No, it is the glue that ties together people and institutions in any country. Without trust, you can't have a country that functions at a high level. Trust is, again, the glue of the social fabric. And there's quite a bit of evidence that suggests that, again, countries that have high levels of social capital tend to have high levels of happiness. Cultural values. Happiness is associated with both personal achievement and self-esteem in North America. In contrast, happiness is associated with social harmony in East Asia. This is kind of interesting. Some of the earlier studies have shown that when it comes to Western countries tend to experience high level of happiness than in countries like in Asia, especially Asia Pacific, places like China and Korea and Japan. And so that created an interesting question, and that is, why is that the case? And well-being researchers, quality of life researchers, were able to put their fingers on something very specific related, that this explanation that people in Western countries score highly on happiness scales than people of the Orient, so to speak, is because of this idea that happiness is individualistic. In individualistic cultures, like for example, in most of the Western countries, the emphasis is on the individual. And when you ask a person, how do you feel about your life? Well, that is an individualistic type of question, right? And many people in the West don't have a problem answering a question like that. But when you have the same question posed to people in the Orient have a different set of values. They don't focus on themselves, on self-esteem, on independence. Social harmony is much more valued in the Orient than in the West. So question like this, people tend to think about their family, they tend to think about their community. Social harmony is a little bit more accentuated, and therefore they tend to be a little bit more humble. They express more humility, right? That causes them to express lower degrees of happiness in social surveys. So that is at least one dominant explanation in the well-being literature about the impact of cultural value. So the gist of it, the punchline is that you're happy as an individual if you have high self-esteem, and if you live in individualistic cultures. But if, on the other hand, if you live in a country in the Orient, then if the question can be rephrased in such a way that focuses on social harmony, then you may end up with high level of happiness if the surveys were to be rephrased to be collectivistic rather than individualistic. Interesting, huh? So for those of you who are methodologists, keep that in mind. Social change. Those who are less happy tend to be affected by social change, like an economic recession, decolonization, urban development, westernization, large-scale migration. All of these are large-scale social change that occurs in society. It affects people who are less happy than those people who are more happy. And the reason being is people who are more happy tend to have a repertoire that makes them more, a mental repertoire, an emotional repertoire that makes them more resilient to especially the kind of change that that is negative. Well, I'm thinking in terms of what we're going through in terms of COVID-19, the pandemic. A lot of studies now have shown that, the pandemic has wrecked chaos, has created havoc in people's lives, but not everyone. Those people who are disadvantaged to begin with, those people who are poor and discriminated, again, those people who don't have the resources are more adversely affected by COVID-19 than those people who are not, who have, more resources. That applies not only to the pandemic, but almost everything that occurs at the macro level in terms of societal change. Pace of life. That's kind of interesting. Pace of life. Let's say a lot of people think that pace of life in a place like the United States is quite high. you have a high pace of life. Everybody is doing a lot of things all at once so fast. It is the fast food kind of society. Doing time is money. Time is money. That is something that characterizes Western society. And therefore the pace of life is fast. Now, the evidence suggests that increases in the pace of life are associated with increased happiness. That people live in societies that have a high pace tend to experience high level of happiness than those people who live in societies of low pace. But wait a minute, that's a little counterintuitive in the sense that we've been, at least intuitively, we think that people move from urban areas that are high pace, right, to rural areas that are low pace, right, because they want to slow down, right, and smell the roses, so to speak. But again, the evidence suggests that it is people who are modern in their lifestyle and they adapt to modern society and modern institutions are happier. And so this finding has been explained by what you call modernization theory. No questions. Well, I thought this discussion would generate a whole bunch of questions, but I guess not. Okay, well, let's move on to talk about the effect of income and wealth on happiness. And in order to do that, we can break things down in terms of the studies that are at the individual level or at the national level, studies that are focused on short-term and long-term. So let's focus on individual level studies that focus on short-term and try and figure out what is the effect of income and wealth on happiness. Well, the evidence is very strong. The evidence is that people with higher incomes on the average are happier than those with lower income. But there is a threshold, there is diminishing returns when that threshold is reached. So yes, you can become happier if you have more income, but at a point where your income goes beyond satisfying your needs, then more income does not necessarily generate more happiness. And the explanation is that assets, yes, produces, well-being up to a point, because with more assets that you don't need, you reach that threshold, and beyond that, again, it doesn't add anything significantly to well-being. There's also the self-esteem, control, optimism, and that is with more income, you have capability to do a whole lot of other things because you have more resources, and that contributes to your self-esteem. It gives you a more sense of control, environmental mastery. It makes you more optimistic in terms of anticipating future positive outcomes and the like. Now, let's look at the long-term effects of income and wealth. And this is something that, an economist by the name of Richard Easterlin has investigated and found early in the 70s. And that phenomena has been labeled as the Easterlin paradox. And the Easterlin paradox is that at the individual level, if you're making more money over time, right, you should experience more happiness over time. But that's not the case. Happiness kind of stays the same throughout. So if you're doing studies, longitudinal studies, and you're tracking an individual happiness over time, happiness is flat. But people make more money over time, right? And you can see that income goes up, happiness remains flat. Therefore, the paradox, and they call it the Easterlin paradox. How do you explain that? And the predominant explanation is that when people, although that they make more money, they adjust their aspirations, right? Their aspiration goes up. And usually happiness is a function of the gap between, what you make in terms of income and what you aspire to make. So if you're making more money and your future goal is to make much more money, then always that gap remains and that happiness remains the same. Right? There's also the buffering effect, and that the buffering effect explanation is that income doesn't do much for happiness. It only buffers the stress related to adverse events. So it really doesn't really contribute much to happiness, but it gives you the shield. It gives you it guards you against the adversity that people may experience if they become unemployed, for example, and lose their income, right? So that's another explanation. At the national level, increases in income usually is captured in terms of GDP or GDP per capita. GDP stands for gross domestic product. Yes, you see countries that have higher level of GDP per capita have a lot more people that are happy than poor countries with low GDP per capita. But up to a point, there is also a threshold effect. And again, the explanation is that it has something to do with the measurement and the cultural values that we talked about, individualism versus collectivism. That many of the countries that have high level of GDPs tend to be much more individualistic than collectivistic. And therefore that is a sort of a cultural explanation of this finding. Let's see, we have a question. Well, I think we have a question that says, how do you measure the pace of life? Well, pace of life can be measured subjectively. There's a lot of measures out there. If you look at those studies that have investigated through surveys, usually through surveys, you ask people questions. Do you feel rushed in doing your daily chores? Do you feel that time is of essence? Do you feel that time is money? And people who endorse those kinds of statements, feel that the pace of life is higher than for those people that would not endorse those statements. That would be an example of survey items capturing that. Okay, Kim Namho, if I not pronounced that name right. Okay, I'm running out of time. Let me just move on and talk about demographics. So is there a relationship between age and happiness? Does age contribute to happiness in any way? How about gender? How about marital status? How about ethnicity and minority status? How about education? what does the research say about the effects of these demographic factors on well-being? And let's focus on age. Age, there's a number of studies that have shown that there is a U-shaped relationship between age and well-being, happiness. What do we mean by U-shaped relationship? So those people who are young tend to experience high level of happiness, much more so than people in the middle age. Once you get into your 40s and 50s and possibly early 60s, it really dips because, and again, the explanation is that middle age, you expect to achieve a lot, and it's invariably most people don't achieve what they aspire to achieve. So they become disappointed in middle age. So their happiness dips. But then when they get close to retirement, they accept certain facts, certain realities, they adapt their expectations, their aspirations become dampened, right? And they experience greater happiness in their 60s and their 70s. But once they get into their 80s and 90s, woo, because of personal health, of course, their medical condition, their health deteriorates to the point where they atrophy. And of course, that affects well-being. So that's the gist of the U-shaped relationship. Gender, do men experience more happiness than women, or is it vice versa? And that's a sort of very controversial issue because, again, it deals with stereotypes and issues of prejudice and discrimination. We have to be very careful in the way we make that statement. In general, over many, many studies, there is some effect, it's a weak effect, that suggests that women experience happiness and sadness at a higher level of intensity than men. So they experience well-being and ill-being at stronger levels than men. And there are all kinds of explanations for that. As a matter of fact, there's a whole chapter on women and well-being in the book, and I'm not sure whether we'll be able to get to it, but maybe if we go faster. And there's a biological explanation, there's a sociocultural explanation, there's an economic explanation, on and on. So there's a whole bunch of explanations to help us understand why women experience affect, more positive affect, more intense positive affect, and more intense negative affect than men. I'll keep you wondering until we get to that. If we hopefully we get to it. Marital status. Those who are married experience more happiness than those who are not married. When we're talking about non-married, these are the people who are single, divorced, widowed, right? And possibly, well, I'm not going to say cohabitating, but cohabitation, there's another program of research there that is there's a can of worms. It has a lot of qualifications. But in general, people who are married tend to experience higher levels of happiness than those people who are not married, right? Now, of course, once you get into the marriage, and those talk about, good marriages and bad marriages, and yes, marriages can influence happiness in a big way, and it also can generate quite a bit of ill-being if marriages are failing. So keep that in mind. Ethnicity and minority status. Certain minority groups experience less happiness than others. I'm talking about, for example, the research in the United States where it show that African Americans and Hispanics tend to experience less happiness than other groups, especially the white Americans. And there's all kinds of other, explanations related to prejudice and discrimination and acculturation and inculturation and on and on. But not every minority, for example, experience prejudice and discrimination and lower levels of well-being because of prejudice and discrimination. I'm thinking in terms of the Asian community. The Asian community in the United States, for example, and North America in general, tend to be quite prosperous and have not experienced prejudice and discrimination as much as, for example, against the African Americans and Hispanics. So not all minorities. I'm thinking also about the Jewish people in the United States. That in general, they have not experienced well compared to other countries, right? Compared to other countries, have not experienced prejudice and discrimination to the extent, and are very and there is a significant segment of them that are affluent, successful, and very proud of their identity and so forth. So again, we have to be very careful in making those kinds of statements because we have to be very specific and the data has to be qualified by a whole bunch of factors. Education is what we call a double-edged sword. Those people who are highly educated, you expect them to have higher levels of well-being. Not necessarily. And the reason being is because the highly educated tend to have high aspirations. High aspirations. They expect a lot more of themselves. And in reality, sometimes their aspirations tend to be unrealistic. And they do not necessarily achieve their, their goals in life. And therefore they end up feeling disappointed. And if they end up feeling disappointed, well, voila, that takes a toll on happiness. So it's a double-edged sword in that sense. Personal activities. What's the effect of personal activities on happiness? And there's quite a bit of evidence that there's a whole bunch of activities that, for example, classical conditioning, which is a well-known theory in psychology that says that certain activities or certain cues tend to be associated with certain positive outcomes. So let's say in terms of a personal activity, engage in some sort of recreational activity, such as you play tennis. You play tennis and you feel very rewarded. Well, the whole idea, the cue of anything related to tennis, generates a positive feelings. And therefore, certain personal activities through classical conditioning, are associated with positive emotions. And therefore, they trigger positive emotions. And vice versa, of course. So other events, tend to trigger negative emotions. And if people frequently experience those events, whether they are positive or negative, as a function of their conditioning history, they, that impacts their well-being accordingly. Activity theory. Activity theory is a theory that has been very popular, especially in gerontology, when you focus on the study of the elderly. And that is for those elderly that remain active, they engage in social activities, they engage in physical activities, they engage in intellectual activities, tend to experience high level of well-being, of happiness than others, than those people who are less active. There's quite a bit of evidence to suggest that. Flow theory is a different theory that says that when people engage in activities that are challenging and they are up to their skill level, they experience what they call flow. They become totally absorbed in the activity to the point where it really contributes to their well-being. So let's say if you play tennis against an opponent who is very challenging and very skillful, and you are also very skillful, you experience that flow. But then if you play against an opponent who is not skillful, you get bored, and it doesn't really, of course, contribute to your well-being at all. You have to experience flow, because flow contributes to well-being. Personal expressiveness theory is another theory that has much support, empirical support, that says that if you engage in an activity that is personally expressive, that it reflects your identity. Let's say if you play tennis again, and if you feel that you are an athlete and a tennis player athlete, that is part of your identity. It becomes part of your identity, and you play tennis because it is part of your identity. It is part of who you are, right? That really contributes to your well-being. Self-determination. When we talk about self-determination theory, it involves 3 dimensions, and that is autonomy, competence, and relatedness. So if you engage in an activity that you have chosen for yourself, that's again, autonomously, that expresses your competence, right? Competence, that involves other people that would allow you to socialize with, right? That allow you to relate to others, establish connections, establish social bonds with them, like playing tennis. If you choose to play tennis autonomously on your own, you're not forced into it, right? By maybe your family members or your school or what have you. And then you are very skillful at it, and you create social bonds with people that play tennis, like maybe a tennis club. That really contributes to your well-being. Genetics. Well, there's much research that suggests that 50% of the variance in happiness studies and well-being studies tend to be genetically determined. So the 50% of the variance can be accounted for by some sort of a genetic factor. Well, so there's a whole bunch of studies there that have shown that we're born happy, we're born sad, at least partly. And well-being geneticists have kind of identified certain genes. And these genes are, and I'm not sure whether I can actually pronounce them right, short allele variant of this serotonin transporter gene. Remember, serotonin is one of the neurochemicals that is associated with, again, the feeling of happiness, or what you call the reward center in the brain. So it's the short alleles variant of the serotonin transporter gene, right? That has shown to be associated with depression. So if you have those short ones, then it's very likely that you are continuously depressed, possibly clinically depressed. Now, on the other hand, the long allele, so it has something to do with long versus short of that particular gene. The long allele variant is associated with resilience. And that's at least what when it comes to genetics, we still got a long way to identify those specific genes that may account for well-being. Let's take another 10, 15-minute break, okay? And then we'll come back and talk about the physical environment. Okay. Oh, wait a minute, before we leave. So we have Wenki Way. Personal activities are regarded as objective reality, but are more likely to be measured in a subjective way. Yes. That's the gist of it. Yeah, it is objective reality because, again, it's people engage in something that is physical, real, and they're assessed mostly in terms of surveys by people's perception of that physical reality. Yeah, so that may be a confound, and if it is a confound, then it's probably need to be addressed. But that's a good point. Thank you for that observation. Okay, 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay. Are we back? Let's reconvene. I managed to grab me a sandwich in the interim. Now I feel energized. Okay, so the next thing is that we're going to look at the physical environment, and some studies have shown that, yes, there is an effect of seasonal variation. As a matter of fact, there is a phenomenon which is called winter blues. Winter blues, that means people experience winter blues. That means they feel down and depressed during the winter time because it's dark, and there seems to be evidence that suggests that sunlight is associated with, lack of sunlight is associated with depression. Climate, extreme weather causes quite a bit of havoc in people's lives, whether it's flooding or earthquake or tornadoes. And of course, it definitely affects well-being. So that is pretty obvious, I guess. Living in communities with crime and pollution is definitely a major factor that affects people's well-being in those neighborhoods, in those places where they live and work. So that's that. Health, the effect of physical health. You know, the effect of physical health on happiness. And this is again Diener looking at, remember that we looked at the causal relationship between between the consequence of well-being in terms of health. But now we're looking at how health affects well-being, right? So we're looking at the other side of the coin. And the other side is, again, we're looking at the effects on happiness, meaning health, the health effect on happiness. And again, this is Diener citing the research literature. And back in 2009, he came up with this summary statement that really captures the essence of the research in that area. Let me read it to you. It appears that subjective health shows a strong relationship to happiness. With subjective health, meaning how do you feel about your health? The doctor would say, if he said, I feel good about my health, that's subjective health. That's different from an actual diagnosis, right, of your health condition. So yes, there is a strong relationship between subjective health and subjective well-being, but objective health, you see, that's where the objective health has a weak effect, but still significant relationship to subjective well-being. Nevertheless, several warnings are in order. Health influences satisfaction only cross-sectionally, not longitudinally. That's what the findings suggest. This finding raises the questions about the process and causal directions by which health and satisfaction are related. Thus, the degree to which objective health is related to subjective well-being is uncertain, although it is clearly less than subjective health. In order to understand the underlying processes involved, much more research is needed that examines both subjective and objective measures and the degree of the relationship when other factors are controlled. Although it appears that objective health is related to happiness, it is it is surprising that this relationship is so weak. That's the gist of it. So again, that quotation from Ed Diener says it all. You have any questions? Well, you get a chance, pop them up. Let's talk about drugs. Now, drugs, again, we need to understand, we already talked about that in terms of the physiology of well-being. Remember, we mentioned the fact that physiologically speaking, the reward center is very much related with to dopamine, neurochemicals and transmitters, and serotonin. So what we have is we have norepinephrine, dopamine, serotonin, cannabinoid, oxytocin. These are the neurotransmitters and receptors that have been shown to be, directly related to happiness. Now, the drugs that people take that ultimately trigger those types of neurotransmitters and receptors, or influence those neurotransmitters and receptors, are there are three classes of drugs. One is the amphetamines, cocaine, and marijuana. Right? These are the drugs that are very much related, that they trigger or activate those neurotransmitters and receptors. So these are the drugs that trigger positive emotions. On the other hand, the negative emotions are related to certain kinds of neurotransmitters and receptors that are related to GABA and the endorphins. And then to inhibit negative emotions, so we're talking about inhibiting negative emotions, not triggering negative emotions, because that triggering negative emotions is something that's different. Is GABA and endorphins. Endorphins, for example, is the kind of neurotransmitters that when you work so hard, work out physically, like, for example, you go for something like a 10 kilometers run, your body generates endorphins, and that, it numbs the pain, right? These endorphins. And the drugs that tend to activate GABA and endorphins are alcohol, barbiturates, and opiates. That's quite a bit of evidence that show that very clearly. Now, when it comes to triggering negative emotions, naturally, negative emotions are triggered by what we call the stress action or stress-related response, fight or flight. So when you're threatened, you flee or you fight. And when you do that, your body generates cortisol, by activating the adrenaline. So adrenaline and cortisol, essentially, these are the neurotransmitters. And the neurotransmitter. But of course, we don't have drugs that would trigger negative emotions. We have drugs that would inhibit negative emotion. We have drugs that would trigger positive emotions, but not necessarily. That would be kind of ironic if we have drugs that would trigger a fight or flight response in terms of cortisol and adrenaline. Well, I guess maybe there are certain medical conditions in which you probably need to do that, but I'm not a physician, so I have no comment in that department. Okay. So we're done with objective reality and all those factors that impact happiness. Now we're going to focus on subjective reality. What happens in people's heads, so to speak, not the environment, up here. And in doing so, we're going to be talking about personality, we're going to be talking about affect and cognition, beliefs and values, needs and need satisfaction, goals, self-concept, social comparisons. These are, again, each one of these is a chapter in the book. So we'll talk about those. Let's start out with personality. So there's quite a bit of research on, linking personality with subjective well-being. And these studies show the following. Big 5 traits, the big 5. So personality psychologists always make reference to the big 5. What are these big 5? We're talking about openness, agreeableness, extroversion, neuroticism, and conscientiousness. These are the big 5. So much research in personality psychology and well-being have focused on, again, the big 5. And the findings show invariably that openness, agreeableness, extroversion, and conscientiousness are positively related to measures of well-being. Neuroticism, of course, is negatively related to well-being. What is openness? Openness to experience. The person who is open to new experiences, I'd say a person who's traveling and open to new languages, new cultures, new experiences, but through travel, that would be that kind of personality trait. Agreeableness, a person who is usually mostly conciliatory, always try to reach agreement. That you've got other people who are very low on that dimension, and these are the contrarians. Every time you say something, they have to say something, something that would argue the point. Very argumentative, very contrarians. They take the contrary position, so to speak. Then you've got extroversion and introversion. Some people are extroverts by definition, meaning that they're very sociable. They're always seeking external stimulation. Other people are introvert. If they interact with too many people, or there's so much social simulation, they withdraw and they feel a lot more comfortable with a little bit of solitude, right? Neuroticism, person who's neurotic, right? The person who experience odd behavior in terms of being fearful, not trusting, jealous, being neurotic is an expression of a whole bunch of negative emotions. Conscientiousness, a person who is conscientious, meaning that when he or she undertakes certain tasks, they tend to complete them conscientiously, meaning they're very committed and conscientious in the way they go about, engaging in those tasks. So again, the evidence is very clear in that regard. Self-esteem. Now, there is a huge amount of research on self-esteem and well-being, especially subjective well-being, and the relationship is positive. Those people have high self-esteem. They tend to experience or report high levels of happiness. It's kind of interesting because in my mind, the measurement of self-esteem is very much confounded with the measurement of well-being, especially when it comes to life satisfaction and self-satisfaction. When you say, how do you feel about your life versus how do you feel about yourself, or how do you feel about your, yourself in relation to education versus, let's say, how do you feel about your educational life? So the question about self and life are so close to me, they're almost identical. Well, but nevertheless, a lot of psychologists treat the self as one of the domains of life. So you have work life, you have social life, you have family life, you've got cultural life, you've got love life, you've got on, and you've got self life. I don't know, that to me, self life is life. But that question has to be addressed, I think. Well, at least that's my own feelings about it. Mindfulness. There's tons of new research, recent research on mindfulness. Those people who engage in mindfulness and are mindful as a personality trait. What is mindfulness? People who are mindful are people who can actually focus on the moment. Focus on the moment. They don't dwell in the past. They don't dwell much into the future. In the future, they focus on the moment. And when they focus on the moment, they suspend judgment. They do not make judgment calls. So they are less judgmental and more mindful of the moment. So people who they score high on mindfulness tend to also score high on well-being. Character strength. Now, every person has certain character strength, and certain character strengths tend to contribute to well-being than others. So a person who scores highly on strength like hope is very hopeful most of the time. Again, that contributes to well-being. Zest, feeling zestiness of life. Again, that contributes to well-being. Gratitude, a person that dispositionally expresses gratitude for what people do. Thank you for this, thank you for that. You've done a good job expressing gratitude, and that person does it dispositionally, consistently, in relation to many others. That person experiences high level of well-being. Love, person who love others, not just romantic we're talking about, no, but love of humanity, love of others, love of people in the community, compared to those people who are not at all. They're not loving people. So people who are loving tend to, again, as a character strength, tend to express more happiness than others. People who are curious, again, that's very much related to openness, right? Tend to be happier than others. Another one is optimism and resilience. Optimism, you have to feel optimistic that the future will bear fruit, so to speak. The future will bring success. There is that you see the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. And people who are resilient, meaning that if they are knocked down, they bounce back up. And of course, in life, we always have our moments in which there will be failure. There are failures. So we fail in this and that. But again, a person who bounces back from failure is likely to be happier than those who are less resilient. Once they are knocked down, they stay down, right? Then there is genetic predisposition to be happy. Remember the stuff that we talked about? A whole lot of what we call twin studies that have demonstrated that people, especially again, if by studying twins, fraternal twins. Or identical twins. That there is a genetic element. And if you're born happy, then, or born as a grouch, you know, it's kind of interesting because one of the fathers of this whole happiness, the psychology of happiness, is a professor by the name of Martin Seligman. And some of you may know about his research from the University of Pennsylvania in the United States. He's the father of positive psychology. And he admits flat out that he's a grouch by definition. By definition, I mean, you know, personality-wise, dispositionally, he is a grouch. And the reason why he got into the study of happiness is because he's trying to be less grouchy. That was kind of funny. Okay, let's focus on affect and cognition. Oh, we got 2 questions. Let's see now. Okay, Musa, I'm not sure whether you're still here. Oh, you might be. Thanks, Musa. Could you please mention an influential study regarding mindfulness? Oh my goodness. Could you please mention an influential study regarding mindfulness and happiness? Golly, all you need to do is just go on Google Scholar and put mindfulness. And you'll end up with some really good stuff. There's a lot of stuff out there. But if you send me an email, I'll send you a few references. And actually, if you get a hold of the book, there's plenty of references in the book. But yeah, send me an email. And I'm talking to, who am I talking? Yeah, I'm talking to Adelina, right? But that's okay. The email is essentially my last name, Sirgy, SIRGY at VT. V stands for Victor, T stands for Tom, .edu. Okay. So yeah, there you go. Thank you, Elsa. Well, let's talk about mood. Now, there seems to be a lot of studies use what we call mood induction. Mood induction is the kind of experimental study that gets people in a good mood. They put people in a good mood or a bad mood, right? And they show that when a person, if you are placed, if you're induced positively, well, no, if you are placed in a good mood, that's phrasing it better, then you report high level of well-being or happiness. Well, of course, by definition, because mood is very much, at least if you focus on the microcosm of the concept of well-being, and if you focus it as at an emotional level or maybe a physiological level, well, of course, you'll be able to capture mood. But of course, if you focus on well-being in the most macro sense, then mood is far removed as, for example, life satisfaction or eudaimonia. So anyway, the relationship between mood and happiness reports is very positive, very strong, which is, of course, intuitive, at least. Causal attribution. Now, the way people may attribute causality to outcomes in life. For example, psychologists, personality psychologists, social psychologists have done a lot of research on causal attribution in terms of the extent to which an attribution is internal or external to the self, or stable versus unstable. Let's say, for example, you fail, you're a faculty member, and you go up for tenure and promotion and you get denied. Well, that's failure, right? Now, how would you explain that to yourself? If you get denied, that's if you and you explain it using what we call internal stable attributions. The reason why I did not get tenure and did not get promoted is because I'm not a scholar. I'm not a good teacher. Well, that is an attribution related to an internal factor to the self. I am no good. I am not competent, right? And it's stable, meaning it's not situational. It doesn't vary from one situation to another. That is the kind of attribution. And if you make that kind of attribution, you're likely to become depressed. Well, on the other hand, if you end up with a success outcome and the way you attribute the cause of that success to an internal stable factor, the reason why I got tenured and promoted at my university is because I am a great scholar. I am a great teacher, right? If you make that kind of attribution, that really brings happiness into your life. So internal stable attributions can cause depression if, again, you're trying to explain negative outcomes. And if you're explaining positive outcomes using internal and stable attributions, then I say, positive outcomes leads to happiness. On the other hand, if you, let's say, the reason why, if you don't get promoted, let's say a failure outcome, and you explain it to yourself, the reason why I got denied tenure and promotion is because I have my colleagues on the committee that made that decision have something against me. Maybe they are prejudiced against my gender. I'm a woman, or I am a minority and they don't like women and minority, or maybe I'm a homosexual and they're very prejudiced against homosexual. That would be an external attribution. So what you're doing is it's not because you failed, it is because of some other external factors that accounted for your failure, right? And it's unstable because it can happen from one situation to another, can vary from one situation to another. That's unstable. So when you make unstable and external attributions related to failure outcomes, then it doesn't stick. It doesn't cause depression compared to, let's say, the reason why I failed is because I am incompetent, right? That is an internal stable attribution. So much research have suggested that, again, the way we make those attributions about success and failure or positive or negative events in our lives, make a difference in the way we feel happy or not happy. Appraisal. Appraisal, again, for those of you who are clinical psychologists, or at least are studying something to do with clinical psychology and maybe psychotherapy, there are a bunch of different psychotherapeutic approaches, like rational emotive therapy, cognitive behavioral psychotherapy. Excuse me. These are approaches to happiness and depression that focus so much on appraisal, how people appraise their situation, and depending on those appraisals, how they appraise the situation, and the kind of deep-seated beliefs that those appraisals trigger. So if let's say you have a breakup, a relationship breakup, maybe your wife, your husband want to divorce you. And then you make an appraisal of the reason why I'm getting divorced is because I'm not a lovable person. I am not a lovable person. I cannot be loved. That's a deep-seated belief that whatever situation that you run into in terms of relationships, and if that particular deep-seated belief is triggered, it's likely to cause depression. It's likely to cause a great deal of unhappiness, angst. But on the other hand, if you have a deep-seated belief where you are a competent person, you are a lovable person, and you have those deep-seated beliefs, and you appraise whatever situation that you're in, and you trigger those beliefs, then yeah, they're likely to cause, again, happiness, positive emotions. So psychotherapists, especially of the rational, emotive, and cognitive behavioral tradition, always try to uncover those deep-seated beliefs, especially if they are negative about the self, that cause all kinds of problems when people use them to appraise whatever situation that they're in. And they try to identify them and change them. That's the gist of rational, emotive, and cognitive behavioral therapy. You can look at the world in a glass, as a glass half empty or as a glass half full. That's what the saying goes, right? And again, those appraisals are exactly reflective of a glass half empty or a glass half full. If you see the world, if you appraise your situation with a glass half full, it's very likely to experience well-being. And if you, again, appraise your situation with a glass half full, it's very likely that you will experience happiness. Meaning to life, another affect and cognition kind of thing. If people who endow meaning to their lives, believe that their lives have purpose, right, are very likely to experience well-being, much more so than people who carry on a day-to-day without knowing or attributing meaning, positive meaning to their lives. So there's much research that suggests that there is, for those people who attribute positive meaning to their lives, tend to experience happiness. Habituation is, research has shown that when you experience any kind of reward that initially causes you to feel happy, you become habituated to it. And eventually it loses potency. It does not become as potent as it originally was when you felt initially happy. So let's say when you go to the beach and you see the wonderful, when you see the ocean, or you see the sea, or when you go to the mountains and you see the landscape initially, what a wonderful feeling. I mean, you feel good. and that causes you to experience happiness. But eventually, when you do this over and over and over again, it loses its potency. You go to the beach, the same beach over and over again. Okay, well, you're not going to feel as happy as when you first saw that particular piece of landscape. So again, certain kinds of cues, environmental cues, can cause you to become habituated to it, and they lose their potency to generate positive or negative feelings. But I'm gonna qualify that, and the qualification is people do not become habituated to all situations or activities, right? Some situations and activities are immune to habituation. Let me give you an example. Sex and food and loud noise. Well, sex, food, and loud noise are not the kinds of cues that you become habituated to it, and they don't lose their potency. When you hear loud noise, you innately react to loud noise with it's nauseous. It is abhorring. It is to be avoided. But the same thing with sex. Sex is to be approached. People don't get tired of sex. Of course, if you get tired of sex, if you practice sex too many times, too often, and too intermittently. But if you allow your body to recoup, then you don't get tired of sex, right? Same thing with food. Oops, cognitive frames. I'm sorry. Oops, cognitive frames. What is cognitive frames? There's quite a bit of research on cognitive frames. Well, I'm going to say cognitive frames. I'm going to leave it at that, and then I'm going to move on because, again, let's see if we can squeeze in a few more things before our approaching deadline, which is, again, my time. It's 1 o'clock, so we got 20 minutes. Cognitive frames. The way, remember when we talked about life satisfaction and the way people make judgments about their lives? Ask, how do you feel about your life? On a scale from 1 to 10 or on whatever. And then you essentially respond by saying 1 or 7 or 10 or what have you. When you make that judgment, based on a cognitive frame, meaning that there is a reference point. You judge your life as good or bad, you're happy or sad, as a function of comparing yourself to some standard. What is that reference? What is that standard? Are you comparing yourself to others, maybe your family members? Are you comparing yourself to people at work, your associates? Are you comparing yourself to your past? Are you comparing yourself to maybe your future, what you can be, what you're capable of becoming? On and on. What is that standard? And that is, in essence, the cognitive frame. And there is a particular theory in the psychology of well-being, which is called multiple discrepancies theory, by one of our gurus of the psychology of well-being and quality of life, by the name of Alex Mikolos. He's a Canadian and used to be a faculty at the University of Northern British Columbia. And as so much research that has used multiple discrepancies theories and have shown very clearly that, again, your judgment of your life, how happy you are or how dissatisfied you are with your life, is a function of the cognitive frame that you invoke. That whatever frame that you invoke, you may end up with a very different types of judgments about your life. And therefore, you know, it is not etched in stone. It is an absolute judgment. It is a relative judgment as a function of the standard of comparisons that you invoke in making that judgment. And again, much research has documented this phenomenon. Okay, I'm gonna skip beliefs and values. I'm gonna just focus on that, on needs and needs not satisfied. This is reason it's interesting because remember I started talking about Martin Seligman, the father of positive psychology. Well, I was thinking of showing you a book, but anyway, he came up with a book which is called Authentic Happiness. And the gist of that book says that if you be able to satisfy 3 important needs, you will become happy in life. One is the need to experience a pleasant life. The second one is the need to experience an engaged life. The third is the need to experience a meaningful life. If a person has able to satisfy those 3 needs conjunctively, person experience a pleasant life, an engaged life, and a meaningful life, then that person is likely to be a happy person, score very happy. Now, what is a pleasant life? Well, pleasant life is eating good food, savoring your pleasurable moments, you have good sex, you experience, you enjoy drinking certain beverages, you know, the things that in essence would please your senses, olfactory senses, your visual senses, your auditory senses, your sense of touch, on and on, and sex included, right? So that's a pleasant life. Engaged life is that you have to be engaged in activities, you have to set goals, and you have to reach for those goals and achieve those goals. And once you achieve those goals or progress towards the achievement of those goals, that gives you, again, a sense of authentic happiness. It contributes to your authentic happiness. And finally, you know, you have to not just do things for the heck of it. You have to, again, engage in activities that are meaningful. Those activities have to contribute to a meaningful life. What are you doing on this planet, on this earth, right? Do you have a purpose? Is your purpose to help your family, contribute to your community, to make this world a better place, right? If, again, those activities are connected, are linked to a purpose, then that, again, these 3 things, pleasant life, engaged life, and meaningful life, contributes to what he called authentic happiness. Now, lately, last few years, he came on another book, and he talks about, well, pleasant life, engaged life, and meaningful life, you know, may not all be comprehensive. And he talked about the PERMA model, his PERMA theory, and PERMA stands for there, you know, he went beyond pleasant, engaged, and meaningful life. He talked about positive emotion. In order to be, again, truly to experience high levels of well-being, you have to experience high levels of positive emotions, that's the P, engagement, which we talked about in terms of engaged life, The R stands for relationship, positive relationship. You need to have positive relationships with others. M stands for meaning. You have to have a meaningful life. And A stands for accomplishments. You have to accomplish things. You have to feel that you've accomplished significant things in your life. If you experience these things, positive emotions, engagement, relationships, meaning, and accomplishments, you are a truly happy person. Actually, right now, he is kind of shying away from happiness because there is an association of happiness with hedonic well-being, and he's now embraced, psychological well-being or eudaimonia, and therefore he talks about that if you experience positive emotions, engagement, relationships, meaning, and accomplishment, you are likely to, again, be a good person, experiencing the wonderful benefits of being fully developed. That's the gist of being eudaimonic. Hierarchy of needs. Well, most of you may be familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and the idea is pretty simple. And that is, if you manage in your life to satisfy all those needs that have been spelled out by Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the biological needs, your security need, your social needs, your esteem needs, your self-actualization needs, and self-transcendence needs. If you have a person who has successfully met or was able to systematically satisfy those needs, then that is a truly happy person. There's much evidence to suggest that. Self-determination. This is based on self-determination theory, and that is, there are three basic motives, psychological motives, that if they are satisfied in engaging in whatever activities that we have in life, then it's very likely that those activities will contribute significantly to, again, our sense of well-being. And that is autonomy, mastery, and relatedness. Sometimes we talk about mastery in terms of competence. Autonomy, mastery, and relatedness. So if you engage in those activities that would satisfy those psychological needs, and he calls them basic, then again, you're likely to express a high level of subjective well-being or life satisfaction. Then we have Neef's human scale development theory that spells out a whole bunch of needs from subsistence, protection, affection, understanding, participation, idleness, creation, identity, and freedom. And the satisfaction of those particular needs tend to be highly correlated with measures of well-being. Got 10 minutes. Or maybe if I can do this in 5, then see if we can wrap things up. Okay, let's focus on goals. How people, set their aspirations and set their goals and try to achieve those goals, and how, setting those goals and trying to achieve those goals tend to make quite a bit of difference in the way people experience well-being. Goal valence. They say that one of the most important things that you do in order to increase your happiness in life is to be able to set the kinds of goals that have high or strong positive valence. Strong positive valence, meaning that when that goal is realized or is achieved, it's very likely to trigger strong positive emotions. And there are so many different ways in which one would select goals that are positive and strong in valence, intrinsic versus extrinsic goal, abstract versus concrete, hygiene versus motivational goal, deprived versus non-deprived, autonomous versus non-autonomous goals. And I say intrinsic goals tend to, again, give you that strong positive valence. Abstract goals, tend to also give you that positive and strong positive valence. Same thing with motivational goals and not necessarily hygiene goals. Deprived goals tend to also do that. Autonomous goals, and I'm not going to have the time to really explain that. I hope that some of these are almost self-explanatory that I don't need. But the idea is that you can do a whole lot to make you happy in life by just selecting the right goals. If you don't have goals in life, and if these goals are not strong and positive, then it's not likely that you'll experience the kind of well-being that, compared to those people who said those have those aspirations and they progress towards achieving them, they would get so much out of life, they will feel happy. So this is, there's so much research literature on this idea of goal valence. Now, goal expectancy says that when you select those goals, these goals have to be adaptable. They have to be congruent with cultural norms. They have to be congruent with personal resources because they have to be expected. That's what we call it, goal expectancy, meaning that they have to be realistic. You can't say, yeah, I want to be filthy rich. That's the goal. That's my goal in life. Well, how can you be filthy rich? Do you think that's easy to become filthy rich, even if you be able to, to set that goal? I mean, it's nice to say, yeah, I want to become filthy rich. Or let's say an aging person, I want to become young looking. I want to become sexy and attractive. Well, do you think that's realistic? That's not realistic. That cannot be expected. This is what we talk about in terms of goal expectancy. So goals have to be set in such a way that are realistically achievable, right? And then ultimately those goals have to be set in such a way that they can be implemented, that you act on them, that you be able to translate those goals into something concrete, and you set and engage in certain tasks that would allow you to achieve those tasks that would accomplish those goals, right? So the way you go about implementing, coming up with plans to implement those goals and ultimately attain those goals makes a huge difference in the way whether you feel happy or not happy. Because if you can set all those goals you want, whether they are positively valence and they were to be realistically expected, but then if you don't come up with plans that ultimately will get you there, then it is to no avail. But most importantly is that once you achieve those goals, the way you savor those goals, the way you feel that you're progressing towards goal achievement, that is also important, equally important to your sense of well-being. And again, there's much research to suggest that. Let me give you an example in travel and tourism. Travel and tourism, there is quite a bit of research that suggests that it is not the ultimate travel to the destination that matters. It is the planning and making the plan and making at least feeling that you are progressing in achieving that goal, coming close to that destination rather than experiencing the pleasures associated with the destination itself. That matters the most. Which is kind of interesting. It tells you something about goal implementation and attainment. Okay, I have 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do in these 5 minutes? Oh, I have a question. Let's see. Maslow, This is from Adelina. Maslow's pyramid of needs also to be mentioned in this context. Yes. Is that a question or is that a comment? Not sure. Adelina, you want to show yourself? Adelina?
Yes. Hello? Sorry. Yeah, no, it was an answer to a previous question of someone in the chat. So somebody was asking the name of the person related to, how did he formulate, to the cognitive frames. And then I suggested Alex Mikalos, because that's what and then somebody else was kind enough to put the whole reference in there of his 1985 studies.
Oh.
And then somebody suggested Manfred Max Neff's work, which is relevant to the hierarchy of needs.
That's right. Yeah.
And then I just said that Maslow's pyramid of needs could be also mentioned in this context. That's all. So it was just comments running, no question. Thank you very much for your session. I don't know if I missed it, but you mentioned in your book you have a chapter on gender and happiness. And of course, I'm very interested in that. I am aware of the gender happiness paradox, where it's exactly what you said, that women in general experience both happiness and unhappiness stronger than men. But other than that, I'm not so much aware of any gender differences. So yeah, I might look up your book just to find out about that. But if there is something that you could suggest in the end in order to make the interest even stronger, I wouldn't mind.
Okay. Well, you can communicate with me by email. I can give you some good references.
Okay, thank you. I already wrote you about mindfulness because, you know, this is something that we have done a lot now during the pandemic because it was a very tough year for students and stuff. Yeah. But my colleagues, which are economists, are of course very skeptical towards the studies and how they have been performed. And therefore, I would be very, very grateful if you know any well-done study or any influential reference that I could come up with. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go to the. So we have self-concept, which we, of course, we didn't get a chance to talk about. We have social comparisons, which we didn't get a chance to talk about. And we got life domains and their effects on happiness, work well-being, residential, all the research related. So again, we just skimmed the surface, and it's the tip of the the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. And then we got. And then population segments. So we've got children and youth, elderly, quality of life of women, and quality of life of the disabled. And see this is for Adelina. This is the slide that if we would have gotten to explanation for the common finding that women experience more anxiety and stress than men. And there's huge amount of research that focuses on the biological explanation of this, the psychological explanation, the cultural explanation, the psychographic explanation, the healthcare explanation, socioeconomic explanation, the social role. So the literature is humongous in relation to gender differences, especially when it comes to negative emotions, much more so than positive. We need to have a lot more research on positive emotions when it comes to women. But again, that's just the tip of the iceberg. So what we've done, again, in terms of the workshop, we tried to, tackle those topics. So we've done the philosophical foundation definition of the measures, the consequences of happiness, and we talked about subjective reality and its effects on happiness. We also talked about subjective reality, but we didn't get a chance to talk about every topic, every phenomena in the subjective reality, because there's so many. But we didn't get a chance to talk about the life domains and the population segments. So on that note, again, if your library if you can afford to buy the book, of course, that it's pretty expensive because it's thick. But if you can manage to get it from your own university library, then you'd be able to zoom in on a particular topic that you might be interested in, and that would get you going in terms of your own program research. But again, if you have any questions, if you have any follow-ups, I'm very much willing to share the slides of this presentation. And if I can help you with any kind of references, don't hesitate to contact me by email. Again, it's Sirgy at vt.edu. And we'll follow up. Well, glad to meet you. It was a privilege to have taught you a few things about the psychology of well-being. And I hope we run into each other in the future. Bye now.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Bye.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye now.
Bye.